Hello, everybody. Hello. How goes y'all's, what's today's, Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. You guys are having a good one? It's your residential Derplander Linkus one more time. For not day 4, stream 4. Whatever the hell we're doing. So, small recap for stream number 3 of Endwalker. Took out the Tower of Zot. Turns out the first 2 bosses are pretty neat mechanics, and the third boss is stupidly easy compared to the other 2. But we managed to take out a tower, thanks to Thavnir residents creating talismans that can stave off getting tempered, which allows our buddies, our colleagues, to join us in storming a tower. We took out one, the Tower of Zot. Helped the Thavniran residents that were trapped in the tower out. And as thanks, they procured about 3 boxes worth of these talismans to take to our buddies back into the I'm brain farting, sorry. Take back to the Grand Companies of Eorzea. So that way we can start taking the fight to Garlemald. We know the Talaferori are based here. So he decided, well, we can focus on all the towers, or we can try to take out the root of the problem. Problem is, we learned in a cutscene that Fandaniel and Xenos are like, there's a chance they're going to go after the towers, but they're probably coming after us. So we proved them right. Loading up the people who answered the call to come to Garlemald and help out. Unfortunately, Gaius said he wanted to, but if he was spotted traveling with us and the Garleans, tempered or otherwise, saw him with us, it would very much hinder our goal, which is to help these people out, get them untempered, and then help them reclaim their homeland and begin the rebuilding process. Since Gaius and Estidian are basically accused of murdering Varus. Yeah, excuse me. So, all that said and done, we loaded up as many airships as we could, headed from our staging point in Alamigo, went northeast, and here we are in Garlemald after breaking through the front lines. And I think, if I remember right, the last quest we did mentioned that, hey, we need to get our engineers working on some of the ceruleum furnaces in here so that way we don't freeze to death. And also, excuse me. And also, just try to find where these people are. So that way we could reach out to them, try to help them where they're probably not going to be looking on us too friendly, considering, Eorzea v. Garlean. But we're here to help, and that's all that matters. We'll say the intro to this zone was pretty damn neat. So, flip that on, flip this off. Hello. I tried messing around with some lighting and some camera movement, but I think I like the camera where it is at now. And think the lamp I am using right now is a little bit overkill, but I can't really get this ring light that I currently have to do exactly what I want it to do. But I'm going to try one more thing before we get going. Apologies for that. So I'm going to mute my mic and test the thing. So flip that on. Okay, let's try this. It still looks okay. I just don't like it kind of sort of blinding me the way it is. Which is why I have the lamp on. So I think I'm just gonna keep to the lamp for the time being. I got another ring light on the way anyway, so. And that one has like a little tripod stand. It should be in either this week or next. Anyways, enough fiddling around with settings that I probably should have done off stream. And let's talk to this dork. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, where to scour the Elben rhyme for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone. It'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Alize, you have no idea. I did yesterday when I hopped off on stream. Try to do fates in order to get the mount speed until I realized that there's no gemstone vendor yet. I don't know why I didn't think of that, because there's no one in the area. Emily, give me the damn telescope. You're liable to hurt yourself. I spy with my little telescope. A massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow? No, what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? No, just a wood sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. Rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Unless we forget the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Look at you, Emmeline, using your head for once. Southwest. Need to be pumping this thing as much as possible because we're in the first zone where we can actually get everything. Northeast. Going east. The hell is this thing? It's just a regular enemy now. Okay. Getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been open in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? What do mine eyes see in this cutscene? We gotta sneak up on her. It can't be her entire field of view, can it? Or is that just showing, hey, she's looking this way? Someone there? Nope, just this chocobo. Well, you sound pleasant. Girl, you ran for like 20 seconds, and you're out of breath. Depending on you for what? Kind of figured. I stealth. Still in one piece. Excuse me, miss. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alize, and our good friend Linkus. We have no intention on hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the one responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Talafoi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Talafoi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry. I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Lucina. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Creepy music. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran, past fiends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No. This is Victor Spoils. a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just want to keep everyone safe and didn't know who you were. Truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course! Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Cetus can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, when you provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you your wood. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide a spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe build it under that gazebo. What? Oh, you mean a boya? Yes, usual. Well, we found 4 people who aren't crazy or tempered. You run up there and talk to them? You can, but I'm going to go up there in a sec anyways. Oh, sorry. I was still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer, with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? What's this music? Well, I can treat that frostbite in their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmeline's tinctures, the ones that warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Yep, that sounds about right. Warming tincture? Never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. Tell me, have you heard aught of the city? But calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. A few buildings still standing offer no more than mere protection from wind and snow. Fruit production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. Well, Machina, what that remains operational, cannot be run for lack of ceruleum, of course. Ceruleum Iggins is full of that stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. What sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? No. It was a joke. If I laughed his that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Gollumald was no more. And a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of their destruction. The hopeful fool tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? Tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. Oh, it's because there's literally a radio right there. That's why it sounds like it's a radio. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore. Sourced from Loch Disseminus, it is. Well, they're useful since the capital fell to ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women set to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Eminus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. It is a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Excuse me. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. With a cunning strategy, faking his murder, he must have foreseen the catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. So that's interesting. They think Emperor Varus is alive still. What's that? Oh, it's a tincture supposed to help you warm up. So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Yeah, go ahead. Are you part of the group staying in Latrum? I saw Legatus Vergilla's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Yeah, and they were all tempered, I believe. Oh, excuse me. Getting broken glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men they're all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glaciers? Did you cross the mountains on foot? No, we flew over via airship. Airships. Then there might be a way to... see that. Where's everyone? Is something the matter? Who else is in the building? Voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby almost has found its way into the house. Wouldn't be the first time. I thought the soldiers to scare them off. Wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to beat a Gatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tapas living there. The people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. Excuse me. And want food in exchange. Lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You best watch out for whatever these creatures are while we're away. Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoot them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance could be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Where else are you hiding? Oops. Gotta be a parent of hers, I would imagine. Oh, I guess we'll be nice and wait for these folks to get done. What goes there? How did you find us? Well, I was told to come here from the folks across the lake. What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? The pure bloods over at Victor Spoils and giving away our location, you'd never have found us. Stuck-up assholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shite. So they resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. They think we'll give in to intimidation. They got another think coming. Alright, you asked for this. Stop, please consider me intimidated. No, you're not dead yet. There you are. Oh. Just after you left, Lucina asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapa's den. Well then, after you. Where are you? What happened to the guards? Yeah, had to kinda sorta bully them. Eorzeans and the rebels here to save the people of Galamod. That makes any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass off this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You are brought here from other lands? Gerabania, Yangsha, Bajia, Damaska, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others felt bollocks about a better life. I'll put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. The old hierarchy means nothing in new Galamod, says we. That the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingis, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, well, with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade Italy. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful if they're interested. We'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. Excuse me. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. The knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Galamod. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Galamod as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good? I mean, if everybody's tempered, then yeah, there's not much of a Galamod left. Regardless of what the Ilsabar contingent does for the people of Galamod, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will be turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that for later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. New pants, not nearly as good as what I have. Actually, I probably don't need these at all. I think there's one thing. You come seeking ceruleum, have you? enough to get our camps up and running. What? It was pure bullets up and Victor Spoils sent you? Return to their enemies for help. Must be more desperate than I thought. Again, Lucina's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Lucina and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any to get it around here. They may have refused Lucina at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange. Spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lucina would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we deliver this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Afraid that I'll take her? Or maybe she has some sort of ailment, or is she tempered and is afraid that we'll kill her because she's tempered. Also, I guess in a way you technically have meat there. It's probably not much, but it's meat. Looks like they bailed. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alpha Note would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Either they're in the house and either Alpha Note's now a hostage inside, or they bolted back to the contingent. Oh. They get attacked? Guessing from her sister. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me, caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. Can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting the wings of hers to show weakness, and then you swoop. Here to help? What rot. Well, a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in. Put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal the lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true. The sinner was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'll never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep the purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucinda and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. All right. Be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Yeah, I guess we should have expected that. They want nothing to do with us. As for how long has Garlean and Eorzea been the enemy? 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by their size. It's definitely them. Come on! Well, we're either going to save them from the jaws of a monster, or they're going to be corpses. It's going to go one of 2 ways. And knowing the writer of this game, they're going to be corpses. The trails stop at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route as to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for an ailing sister to cross the ice. Really could do with Alfondo's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Spotted an empty bottle. Empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. Thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time. Okay. Alcohol bottle. Couldn't be in here, would they? Nah. Bloodstaining is so appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Trail of the blood leads southeastwards. One of the two's dead. And it's her. Or it's both of them, it looks like.
blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
Yes, they were.
No. Why? Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Yeah, it sucks. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? And they still be alive if we hadn't? Oh, sorry. We already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we make any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Yeah, that was only going to go one of two ways. We were either going to save them in the nick of time, or they were going to be dead. Yep. Rather die than accept our help, huh? guess you got what you wish for. Yeah. Not click on the Chocobo. Click on Maxima. Jose and Alpha Note tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? Well, we found a group of 6 total, and 2 of them are dead because they didn't want our help.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Apologies.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, The First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
House Brutus.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Tower of Babel. I don't recognize from any Final Fantasy game. I think it was a tower in Xenogears.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
They're slowly being tempered because from the radio.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
I had it reversed.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans?
Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Julius Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
Julius, huh?
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Me and the twins, again?
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face, how their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Remember the 1st, huh? You will be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it and act as hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Standing guard, old buddy. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill and follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want to know where I can see you. Oh, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize and this is Alphino. And not last but not least, there's Linkus. Linkus. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you'll run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Ready? Oh, hello. I was gonna say, will you not run right directly in front of the site aggro bear? Wolf? No. Okay. That looks ominous. We best not draw attention, but yeah, you decide to run in front of everything that aggro's on sight. This guy turn. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I could check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas. At least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. The terrorists to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Yeah. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. And the route itself is straightforward. Getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spared their own, but slaughtered the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in events that we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. Well, I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guy in the back. I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Yeah, what level are we? We're still on 82. I'm a moron. Northwest. It's in there. How the hell do I get up here? Who knows if there was one down here that I missed. Straight north, 275, huh? Little dinky cars. Hey, I can do that too. See why your comrades chose you. Julius, what contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them? Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. That's so. Well, I know your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Hey, you're good. Fine, I'll shield bash. Except mine lasts longer. Yeah, looks like we're not being followed. We will continue forward. Yeah, I want these slow seeth and draw animations. You meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered. And that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Is there a northwest? No, it's M1. So Be an aggravated deer. It's gonna be an aggravated deer. What the hell? Who's this Cthulhu looking motherfucker? What? Cthulhu looking ass. I should have talked to those two. Oh well. Look at what they have become. Would you still just stand there and claim that they could be cured? Not those ones. Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's aether influence may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. And you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we've established those ones are gonzo, but so it's down below. At Aetherite. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. So we go in this building and go down. That's exactly what it is. Whoops. This is Tetram, one of Garlemald's largest stations. Now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Standing watch to make sure no one decided to follow us. Theodora, huh? Well, it's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Eulus was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their ocean supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor Spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. And might as well attune first. If it will let me. Nope. Is this the dude with Nero's hair that we saw in the launch trailer?
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Quintus Van Cinna.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
Ain't that the truth?
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
And now we're prisoners.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition.
Don't leave.
Collar them.
What are these?
Explosive collars?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. I like that one. I didn't even know that was a harsh front quote. I forgot.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
I can assume this Aether Right is turned off until further notice. Yeah, hey, lookout point. Where are my classes? Probably Red Mage. Wonder when the role quests are supposed to kick on. I was told there would be role quests, but I haven't seen one yet. Hope I haven't skipped them yet. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or is that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will. But remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, the shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of the situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alizé will pay the price. Nope. Octavia? It's you! Legistruct! Pardon? I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Sorry. It's a way to give someone the will to live again, but so cool. I know who you are. So-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk right off your face. With the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn. Toward the soldiers. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, would be the end of you. Fragilis treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... Night fell as we gathered around a radio. Then a roar. A terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. We call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. The soldier a name alone. I'd cut you down if I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. You guys are a friendly bunch. The radio is the same model as the one used on Victor spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. How the hell did I miss this guy? Came with Euless, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, 4 Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use this aetherite's power to keep this place lit, so that comes at the cost of its normal function. Man-made aetherites, huh? Did you learn anything of note? Well, everybody hates me, and there's a radio over there. And your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. I know I won't last much longer. Should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you've met fare no better? I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Euless could persuade him, though we need to persuade Euless first. And life sucks for them all. But they would probably rather spit in my face than take my hand. Well, seen enough. Euless, the people here have barely enough fuel and fuel to survive. Have you or the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept rather. Some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work. We've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We have some ceruleum set aside, until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. But the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum we need, our contingent has secured us a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. I think. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? And from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted. One of the bastards was loyal servants of the Talafari. And he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as such, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Talafari. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills, and we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. I'll speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? Probably not. Nope. No. He will not place Garlemald in the debts of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You're in a lot of more trouble than you're worth. Oh, excuse me. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Excuse me. We're going to begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of this station. You want to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Ronald Weasley, nice. Tower of Babel, huh? Oh, are we on level 83? Yes, we are. Time to update the title. Oh, it's literally right there. One sec, folks. Even have a map. Huh. .305 west, huh? So going to go over there next. Oh, not shared fate. Dingus. I've only gotten 3. What the hell? And there's no blue quests? Although I guess that would make sense. Garleans don't want our help at all. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amidst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the Empire, the great Solus Zolskalvus. Did we come to extract Sir William from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Machina in the vicinity. But as our Sir William has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. There's one up here. Is there one up here? No. But chuck with like the little map. Accuracy, its cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canister has long since been drained of ceruleum, as Yule said. This by a bird cage of some sort. The contraption is built in the style of an Imperial war machina armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming. What's that description? Oh, now we check the map. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solus. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none will require the use of ceruleum. Souvenir counter. Rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Yeah, I guess. The kids play shopkeep. Excuse me, Euless? Oh, it's you. Any luck? No. Nothing. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum powder heater, by chance. Suppose it must have been. To think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. It was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. I can't see a thing. I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Euless, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it. First, there's a few forms Signiferi and Medici, so it doesn't scare me. And I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, but you have a knack for finding dry wood. Why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. We have a way of warming ourselves up after. That's insane! So, fancy a dip? No friendly competition might make things interesting. Last one to find a ceruleum tank's a rotten egg. I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Delve into the murky water will come up in handy. An injury to insult the ceruleum. Like how you take 2k dot damage. Oh, found it. There it is. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every element of your body. Ulysses will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. And the dot for good measure. Did you find anything? Ugh. God, I hope you did. I love this description. Uncovering hidden treasure is an adventurer's bread and butter, though one is not normally required to go elbow deep in ice-cold, stagnant pond water to retrieve it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of slavering beasts or solving annoying puzzles. That's it! And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alpha a hand. Call me an Udon because by fire I am reborn. My clothes are mostly dry now too. Sorry. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you would have taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, you would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Ulysses, you mentioned coming here when you're the younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass would make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops of rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I ever reclaim even a fraction of but if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. But you realize that as soon as all your comrades get here and you try to storm the gates, you're going to be immediately tempered. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Isn't that a little tidbit? Describing how Garlemald's kind of like Amberot, and now that we know who was behind Garlemald, gee, I wonder why. As you can see, this place is littered with remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it will be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. The force generated by these devices is relatively weak, but advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina ceruleum gauge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, well, you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Tank's empty. I'll try it. You retrieved a War Machina ceruleum tank to find it is still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, you got one. More explosive? Wait, is that what I think it is? Not only did this tank survive the attack to disable the War Machina on which it was installed, it also escaped a blast of pure explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among ceruleum tanks would... Way to bring some humor into an otherwise depressing zone. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to review quite a few of our heaters. Time we headed back. Wait here while I go see how Alize and Alphinaud are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
What?
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
Yeah, he's invisible. Fair enough.
After you left with the Guardian lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise.
Yeah, the first Legatus is down there, and the people are kind of sucking, to say the least. Hopefully, since we found Sensorium, hopefully less sucking.
This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, that too.
An interesting development. And perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Something about that main
I
character
wasn't
look.
expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
What?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Really?
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question.
And then you're going to lose half your people, you idiot.
Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Guardians make, indulge them.
Do as he says for now.
Get them out of here.
And Fano and Alizé will be fine, provided they do not resist. Ding 85. Elia Locta Est. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet your leader and present Lord Quintus' demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Isle for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. That's the ear, he said. That's the way of it, after all this. Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, and so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. What do you want with me? I've been told to give you some orders. There you go. Ask the Isle. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand. He would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature. And to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. You saying anything, or are you still... At least you acknowledge us. Have you done as instructed? You're going to attack us as soon as you get in there, aren't you? Duty is really a simple thing. We have been given additional orders. Whether we will require to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. Here's one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on your way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. We're going to stroll up in our camp. They're going to attack us. And they don't want to. That's the vibe I'm currently getting right now. God damn it. Nerd. Oh. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Or are the three of you going to try to ambush me? It's also another possibility.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside.
You put them down, didn't you?
They weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped.
This is just Suppression 101.
Promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
No.
I'm sorry, forget I spoke.
You're good. Vent, buddy.
We should go.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Keep scooting. There you go.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alisaie.
Nothing like a prison cell to get you to bond better. And then the big brother shows up to help.
The scouts have secured Alisaie and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
And then they open fire, and
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
He's gonna off himself, isn't he?
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
Oh, he ain't gonna agree to no truce when
I
he's
just
dead.
hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
It's too late for that. Ah, there you are. First off, gimme. I don't know how much useful it'll be right now, but gimme. Much more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. I think there's a good place to take my first break for the day. Man, this zone just sucks. It's depression central, yo. So I'm gonna flip this up. I'm gonna take my first break for the day, refresh the water, stretch the legs, all that good stuff. I've almost been going 3 hours. I need to take a break. I'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Alright, folks, back from break. I realized I didn't put on the idle cam before I went on break, so whoops. This place sucks. It's full of feels. Alright, did another adjustment to lighting and whatnot. See if this works. Feel it might. Let's try it and see. Also, let me see about putting webcam like here. Stuff I should be doing off stream, but I'm doing it on stream and doing it live. because I'm a pro streamer. Nope, too low. I get a shit ton of glare on my eyes. I don't know how to fix that. Well, we'll do it all later. Screw it. We got quests to do. More depression to feel. Well, before we proceed, let me tell you what the First Legion and the disposition of... Let me tell you... Well, before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of the forces. Well, they're technically alive. I'll move this over here for now. I have a feeling glare's just going to be on my glasses for the time being, so I'm sorry about that. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risked the welfare of the people they were sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we are to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. Perhaps they could be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Ulysses back to the station and have him lead the refugees there. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extradite them should already be at the station. I will have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Hey, the first blue quest shows up. Is this how we turn on the Aether Current too? Also, if you believe the internet and its memes, fucking idiot bear. Or the fucking idiot rhyme. Oh, Mr. Koji. Knowing Koji Fox's meme potential, just from what in-game and from what we've seen on stage, knowing that this is Russian for fucking idiot, I want to say that may have been unintentional, but this is Koji Fox we're talking about. It was probably fully on intentional. Because someone may correct me on this, but I think he tried, whenever they did the OG version of Titan's song, like level 50 Titan, he dropped fuck in the lyrics quite a few times and no one picked up on it. So this might just be him trying to be a sneaky little shit and trying to sneak fuck into the game and get around that T rating. Maybe hell will freeze over and I can ask him one day. But we'll never know. This one sucks. It's just feels and depression. Bullshit. Lucas and Yulus. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. And when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Anchored and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free. Free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. I think just lamp's gonna have to be the way to go. Most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. Also, I'm a pro streamer. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see if they reach our camp safely. I... Depression. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? Think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you, please. Yeah, got the eighth array sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Latrium is also functioning as normal. It's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Well, most of us are packing up and leaving this place. I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. I will take that as a idiot cue to the aetherite. And now we got quests all over the place. Neat. Now we need to do those off stream. It's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. Thought you were one of us. That makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm just too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'll be glad to accept. Oops. I didn't know Thancred was there. Oops. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Seems like most of them, if not all. Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and Tepid skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lamitsan friends. I'd save it for the Tepid, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Oh, that dude shot himself in the head. I would expect a lot more blood to be here, but T-rated game. They can only do so much. Unlock the slew of new quests to do off stream. I'll come for you all later. Don't worry. Southwest we go, huh? God damn it. Yeah, I'm not liking the lighting. I think the light's making it worse. Oh, I'm at the level where all this stuff heals me. Okay. Wait, what? You sit down. It's thunderstorming? Guess it technically can happen in a thunderstorm. You know, this one Aether Current's gonna bug me until I did it. Three northeast. Oh, there you are. Where's the next one? 351 north. Wouldn't be on top of that road, would it? Nah. It is up there, son of a bitch. Either that or it's down below. Southwest. Northwest now. Outside this barrier, isn't it? 36 west. Oh, there you are. .464 west. Figure may as well pause and get all these damn Aether Currents. Next one. Oh shit, I can't find it. It must be here. Southeast. That's funny. Exactly 404. So I was right. There is a ether current down here. I completely whiffed. It's up there. Figure this will be the last one. Nope, southwest. You know, it'd be a real kick in the dick. See if that bloodstain was still here. Any more? Nope. That's all of them. Excuse me. Damn it. Get the hell out of the way. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The temper proved somewhat troublesome, but this change should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and to return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucia of her progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. I guess. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have become a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. Everyone I talked to said they were on board. As so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate this situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can I say? I didn't know the man, or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him. It falls to us to clean up the mess. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tappa's den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Yastola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. I will absolutely do that. And also, 1, 2, 3, 4 quests popped up. There's a couple. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Oh, excuse me. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, they're told their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is of another matter altogether. For their sakes we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and so invite disaster. Ooh, several cutscenes will play in sequence, you say? Oh, we got the water. Don't really need a snack. Cutscenes commence.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Sounds like an idea for later, after I get done.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it?
Oh no. We just got him on our
All
side.
thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it.
An Alamegan of all people. Extending a hand.
I'm from Alamego, but was a conscript until recently.
used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet...
Still feels like one.
I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
This is especially true for those of you who have actually beaten Endwalker. Meanwhile, I'm still a baby and probably not even a quarter of the way through, despite the fact that I'm on the level 84 quest. As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
Oh, excuse me.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
I know of at least two that still be with us.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Now it's blue.
Thank you for inviting me today.
They're not protected. They're about to.
What? Emperor Varus?
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Well.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
What?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing.
Did we just get body swapped? Snatched and body swapped.
We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
Is that the boss in Alamigo who had the mechanic of sucking our souls out? And we needed to get back into
His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology.
Yep, it was.
I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
This is such a pain in the ass.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
What?
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself.
Addy Varus.
And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design.
I was kind of leaning towards that thought process. I just didn't figure it'd be channeling into Anima. I thought it'd be going to Zodiark itself.
We do not agree, my lord.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery.
It's animation.
Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
What? He's gonna take it. Are we about to fight ourselves?
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
The hell is about to happen?
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
We're gonna have to stealth our way back to camp and then try to fight ourselves. Holy shit. I have Rage of Helone, Fighter, Flight, or Rupert. That's it. Oh no.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
This is a neat section. Puts you in an oh shit moment. Probably won't see me. Oh, excuse me. Wait, where do I go? I hit a dead end? This sucks. Always close off too. Ah, shit. Wait for no. Oh, no, I go this way. I don't think I go this way though. Up and turned. Thank goodness, I thought I was the only one left. Bastards got my hand when they took down my Magic Reaper. If you can repair its leg though, it should still work. Here, take this key. If it's run off some real, you might be able to find more in the wreckage. Ah shit, where was that one? Probably there. We have to kill this idiot. We have 5. Not terrible. Shit, where was that one at? Where was that one at? Maybe up here? It's already been 15 minutes. Holy shit. Oh, damn it. Hope I didn't sequence break it. There's one over here. No. Damn it. Wouldn't think this music would get you pumped for a stealth section, but damn, it makes it nerve-wracking. Oh shit. That's a hand. Oh, I could double tap it, that's right. Fight a bomb? Do that, please help us. Ow. Actually, focusing on the bomb, I should too. Don't look at me! Jackass. that voice? They found us. Get ready. Ow. Because we're normal people, it knocks us out for a couple seconds. Oh boy. Oh shit. Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. Oh shh. How am I supposed to crawl this in 8 minutes? Oh, what happens when I run out of these stacks? Just die.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
I have a feeling your missing friend's about to show up and then obliterate you all.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Someone's dying.
Well, time to call off the search.
Someone's dying. Who is it?
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
What the hell is that? Get away from me, you bastard! Well, no one died.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
Is it? Am I back? The fuck? So I'm not dead yet?
I am pleased to report you are very much alive.
I guess I'm back.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
God damn. Holy shit. Jeez. Ah. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Good. Though I won't promise the same for Daniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days, or no, this ends now. And so will the stream for the day. Holy shit. That was a sequence. And a little bit scary that we now know they have the ability to just be like, I'll just capture you and swap your body. All right, then. Well. I'm going to hop off and think about what the hell that was. So I am going to send you to Faina again. If I can remember how to do this raid channel. They're doing leveling on looks like one of their characters, but they've completed MSQ, but they have it specifically in their channel or title, no MSQ spoilers. So keep that in mind. I'm gonna digest what the hell just happened and come back probably tomorrow. And it sounds like we got another tower to storm, except it's a big boy tower. Alrighty, folks. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, we'll do this tomorrow, probably around the same time. I went live around 4:30 or so 4:30, 5 o'clock, somewhere in that time frame. Whew. Take care. Have a good rest of your day, rest of your night, wherever you are in the world. Stay safe out there. And barring anything major, we'll see you folks tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one.